Hello everyone, hello Charon and Freebird and Courtney and Max. Courtney, how's your cat doing? I hope your cat's doing better these days. Today's stream is just gonna be pretty chill. Yeah, Charon, yeah, that is exactly what we're doing today. We are chilling. So I assume most of you know I was recently on a True Green 7 video where we designed fakemon that are descendants from existing Pokemon, and I created a group of 3 fakemon that all shares the same environment. And ever since I came up with that idea, I've had this image in my head of a scene that has all 3 of them in it. Hello, Alpha. I started a hardcore Nuzlocke in Pokemon Blaze Black 2 Redux. I only know what one of those words means. And it started. No, I'm kidding. I know what Nuzlocke is. I don't know what constitutes a hardcore Nuzlocke, and I don't know what Pokemon Blaze Black 2 Redux is either. I mean, I assume it's a fan game, modified version of Black 2, but I'm not familiar with it. So, I assume you guys have seen the video. If not, you should go check it out after the stream. Not right now, but you should go check it out after the stream. The link to Ron's video is in the description. Should be anyway. But if you haven't seen it, I'll just give you a quick introduction of the Pokemon that I came up with, that I'm going to use in this illustration. Hey Ethan, welcome. Are you going to be joining us on voice chat at some point? You didn't even do an interdimensional randomizer on that Nuzlocke? Alright, so here are the Pokemon that I came up with for Ron's video. The idea was to tie it into a version of the Pokemon timeline where Ghetsis freezes Unova, and then, you know, things get out of hand from there. So this was the first Pokemon that I came up with. It's kind of like the key that binds them all together. This is Cozilloth, and oh yeah, Ethan, no, feel free to jump in anytime now. So this is Cozilloth. This is a descendant of Minccino. Small mammals, small warm-blooded animals tend to get bigger when the temperatures drop as a way to preserve their body heat. So this is a very, very, very large version of a Minccino descendant, and instead of having the fur scarf, it now has a whole heated blanket around it. The second Pokemon that I came up with is this one. This is called Pineturnal. It is a descendant of the Hapini family that, instead of taking care of other creatures, this one takes care of the forests and the environments in general. It takes care of little saplings to plant, and it also has these little seed cones on its head that will grow and occasionally drop to either plant more trees and also to serve as food for other animals, including Cozilloth. So Cozilloth will eat the little cones on the head of from the head of Pineturnal. And finally, there is Dalailure. This is a descendant of Mawile. It buries itself in the snow and just like waits patiently for prey to show up. Its tongue sticks out above the snow as a lure, kind of looking like a Pineturnal cone to attract other Pokemon that might want to eat that. Then, when they get close, bear trap. And this is a very small Pokemon, but it has a very large mouth, of course. And so it can even capture a Cozilloth. And so they if it manages to catch a Cozilloth, even though it's very small and Cozilloth is very big, this thing has strong jaw and jaw lock, and it's not going to let go. And yeah, so it is able to take down a Cozilloth, and it would be fed for weeks on that. So anyway, these are 3 Pokemon that I made for True Green 7's video, and you should check out the whole video because it's a really fun. The video itself is really fun, and there's also creations from 3 other artists, Ron being one of them, but also R.J. Palmer. Yes, that R.J. Palmer from Detective Pikachu, and also Vergolifus, well-known Twitter artist as well. So I'm going to find a way to... Well, actually, I have a specific scene that I've had in mind combining all 3 of these. So I'll just give it a quick sketch and we'll go from there. And yes, Lumberjoy. When we were coming up with these ideas on the Discords, there were several secondary names like Lumberjoy. Freebird, you probably remember what the other ones were better than I do. You want to see its evolutions? Yeah, I did not think about what they might evolve from or into, but probably Pineturnal is the one that has the most evolution potential. Yeah. I had to hello some name I forgot. Hello, Groovy Bananas and Sparkle Creatures and Yanis. Slotharm. There was one that was like a funny. Oh, it was Mahwile. Because it's patient, so it waits for Mahwile. Slotharm was just a. It wasn't one of the funny ones. It was just one of the possible names. And hello, Yuno. So you want to join the Discord? The Discord is for patrons and YouTube channel members, or if you give like a super chat. I usually try to get in touch, or if I try to remember to get in touch with people who give super chats to share the Discord link. But yeah, the way to do it is become a patron or a channel member, and you automatically get invited. I think either of those spellings works, Yanis. All right, so let me do a quick sketch of the scene that I had in mind here. I probably... Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna like make a point of making sure that the relative sizes are accurate to what I did in the size chart. The size chart was definitely this is still too thick. The size chart was definitely like very carefully made, but for this scene, it's less important. So the idea is to have a Cozilloth, a sleeping Cozilloth, or maybe half asleep or something. There is a design element that my drawing of Cozilloth doesn't really show, and that I want to make sure that gets shown in this sketch, or in this drawing of it. It's that the marking on the head actually looks like a sleeping mask. The marking over the eyes looks like a sleeping mask. The particular drawing that I did, unfortunately, doesn't show that too well. It also has a spot around the nose. I'm imagining tiny Cozilloths or Cozilloth previos snuggling under the blanket. That is probably what would happen, but because I haven't figured out what Cozilloth's pre-evolution would look like, that is not what I'm drawing today. But it does involve something sleeping on the Cozilloth, because that was part of the idea. It was that Cozilloth can provide like protection almost from the cold to other small Pokemon, because it has a very warm little blanket. So this is all going to be like snowbanks, but right around the Cozilloth, the snow is melted. I'm gonna have to figure out what the relative sizes are gonna be, but we'll have a little Pineturnal next to it. Probably just sleeping as well. I just want it to be a little cute, little serene environment. We can have the little saplings from Pineturnal, have a couple of them planted around as well. Because these aren't part of its body, right? They are just things that it carries with it to care for. Pre-Cozilloth could be like a pom-pom? Maybe. Ethan, you're here?
Yes, hello.
Oh, there you go. Hello. So everyone say hello to Ethan from Chicago. Or
Hello.
how are you going by these days? Should I continue calling you Ethan from Chicago? Or should I call you EFC TV?
Just Ethan. That's okay.
Okay.
Hi everybody. Hi chat.
Ethan is an old friend, but has also been, for a very long time, the top patron of my channel, which of course I really appreciate. Helps to keep me going. There's echo already? I'll turn it down a little bit more. How's that? Ethan, say something to see if there's echo.
Hello everybody. I hope there is no echo.
There you go. That should be okay. Because it's low for me, and if it's low for me, then hopefully it's also low enough for the microphone. But yeah, one of the perks that you can get for being a luxury patron is to join on art streams.
Yay.
Slight echo still. The thing is that I hate using headphones because headphones don't tend to play well with glasses, at least not long term. The headphones pressing in on the legs of the glasses hurts my head after a while. But
I could also just do text chat. I don't want to ruin the program.
No, that's not the problem. It's just that I have to make sure that the volume on my speakers isn't loud enough for my microphone to pick up in the noticeable way. There is a balance, so we'll find it. It's all right.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah. What have you been up to these days, Ethan? It's been a while since you've joined me on one of these streams.
Yeah, so it used to be on Saturdays. I'd be playing Mario Kart. I do Twitch streams, and we would have Mario Kart Saturdays, so I wasn't able to, unfortunately. But I missed the streams. I'm back, and I have to say my favorite of these is the Hapini, which I actually thought was a pun slide at first.
It has a similar, like, pot shape, right? And that's actually specifically why I picked Hapini. Originally, it was the original idea was to have it based on Chansey, but like the Hapini diaper or whatever you want to call it is a perfect little flower pot as well. So in the end, and it's also just a more interesting design.
Yeah, I love all of them though, of course.
Yeah.
But yeah. Thank you for the introduction, by the way. I'm here to chill.
I'm gonna have to figure out where exactly I'm gonna put the Mawile or the Dalailure relative to the others, because it is supposed to be kind of hidden in the snow. So I'm gonna draw like at least a partial snowbank covering it. Maybe you can still see its face, because I want people to know what they're looking at. But it's a diaper. Let's call it a diaper. Yeah. And seems like we've found a good balance of volume here.
Hi, Adept Charon. Thank you for your moderating on this chat.
Freebird, thank you so much for the super chat. Come for the chill vibes and stay for a while.
Love it.
Correct. Let's make this Cozilloth nice and big. And move a lot of these elements a little bit further down. I think I'm gonna have to. Yeah. Well, I'm gonna have to redraw everything, obviously, but I'll adjust to the placement of the background, so I might as well just hide that. Let's have the Pineturnal hanging out like maybe between the tail and the main body, so it's like partially covered by the tail as a blanket and partially just like leaning against the fur. That's probably gonna look pretty good. Let's break these into two separate layers. By the way, for anyone who might be considering joining the Patreon, I'm planning to do some kind of patron promotion for June, because June is the anniversary of the channel. The channel is going to be 4 years old. So I'm planning to do some kind of promotion, like some kind of one-off perk for anyone who wants to join during that time throughout June. Yeah, I don't know what it's going to be yet, but there's going to be something special, as well as some the modified perks that will be available starting in June as well. So. With the echo gone, I feel fine pointing out Ethan's audio is a lot quieter. Okay, well that's something that I can fix on my end, I think. Although if I mess with this, people are going to complain that someone else's audio is too loud later. Yeah, whatever. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Alright, let's see if that's a little bit better.
Charon, does it sound any better?
What's the most people you've had watching a stream at once? I think the most has been in the 30s. There might have been one time when it got like to low 40s, but it was just like a peak kind of thing.
Congrats.
It helps when... Yeah, because there have been times when there's like a cross-platform raid from like a Boardkeeper Toby or something. So like those might have gotten me over the mark, right? Over my record. I don't usually draw backgrounds, and I'm generally intimidated by them. But maybe I could actually try to draw a background here. I could put some spruce trees in the background or something. Maybe something like that. Just make a bunch of snow. That's, yeah. What I've been picturing in my head is just kind of like a self-contained thing, like with no edges, right? So like the background just kind of bleeds away, but maybe I do a background this time. I don't know. Maybe it's a sunset. And everyone is going to sleep.
Good night.
The frozen remains of a Castelia cone stand. Toby introduced you to me. Toby introduced me to a lot of people over the years. I am extremely thankful for Toby's support. And we have a video together that that I'm supposed to be writing the main script for. We already talked about what the whole gist of the video is going to be, but I have to actually sit down and write it. So, but yeah, that's going to be coming out in probably a couple months or so. Hey Hafa, welcome. I think the majority of my viewers came from Toby. I mean, obviously I have some organic growth as well, but the majority of my viewers who came from somewhere came from Toby. What happened to the Pokemon from my last Type Swap stream? How come there's not shorts dedicated to them? I've been busy. But I was actually starting to put those together this morning. There's shorts that I'm putting together for the ground and dragon type Gyarados, the ground and fire type Golurk, and the psychic electric Hydreigon, putting together all of those. And I'll probably also make a short out of this one. But yeah, it is just busy. Putting shorts together is relatively simple, but you still have to put in a little bit of time. Okay. I'm generally happy with this. Composition. Maybe the Mawile needs to be a little bit smaller. Especially if it's supposed to be more in the distance. And maybe to really play into the idea of the lure, maybe it needs maybe we need a couple of fallen cones scattered around as well. Here you go. This is going to be the only thing for today. No type swaps today. And actually no type swaps next month either. I have another special art stream next month. I used to do redesigns on these streams, right? And the thing is that if I do the same thing too much, I get burnt out on it. So I need to just sort of do whatever art stream I feel like, and sometimes that'll be going back to redesigns, sometimes that'll be going back to type swaps, but I can't do always the same thing. I've only got two art streams a month, and one of them is the new 151. So that makes only one like flexible art stream a month. So I gotta do whatever makes me happiest, I guess, in that time. All right, let's see if I can figure out this face, this head shape a little bit more cleanly. I found you out of my recommended link. It was a video that you showed a magazine that had Pokemon, and I was like, this is gonna present. Yep, yeah. It was Pokemon Club. I don't remember why exactly I was referencing that magazine, but I remember there were probably more than one video where I talked about the Pokemon, not fan magazines, but because it was official. But yeah, the stuff that got me into Pokemon to begin with. What if in an ironic twist, Relicanth has evolved to become an airborne creature? What is Relicanth doing in the air? Bouffalant would probably survive. There were some in the Ice Age, but of course Bison and Light Bison would probably survive one day or another. Yeah. Yeah, Bouffalant's probably a good bet for one that would survive the big freeze. Freeze-oven Bouffalant. I don't think it needs to be ice type. Part of the reason that I didn't do a Kyogre water world, which was my secondary idea, for which world to base this in. Part of the reason I didn't do that is because a lot of the Pokemon for that would have just been water type, and I didn't want to go the obvious route. So like, yes, I made Cozilloth an ice type. Cozilloth is an ice and fire type, but it's an ice and fire type that doesn't have any ice or fire on it, right? So I feel like that makes it okay. Or that makes it just a more exciting, a more interesting way to do that concept. So. Why do you have an on-screen chat and live chat on YouTube? Well, the on-screen chat is for people watching the playback, and also just to have something on that part of the screen. Like, what else would be there? And the live chat is the live chat. I know that the live chat replay also exists. Like, if you are watching a live stream, you can replay the chat as well, but that appears in a different part of the screen, and I find it less convenient. What if there's a bunch of Galarian, Darmanitan, and Darumaka for no reason? I mean, they adapted it in that way in Galar. There's no reason it wouldn't. They couldn't adapt in a similar way in a Frozen Unova, for sure. To be fair, you hate the chat replay. I don't usually look at the chat replay. For other people's streams, obviously. I mean, I guess I don't look at it for my stream either. Cozilloth is probably your favorite of this set. Cozilloth seems to have been the most popular one for sure. For a lot of people. I think it's not. Yeah, I think my favorite is probably Dalailure. No matter which concept I went with, like when I was still playing around with which environment I was going to use, no matter which one I went with, it was always going to include a Mawile descendant. So I'm happy that I made a Mawile descendant that works really well. Not just for this environment specifically, but also just in general. I think that's all I need for Pineturnal. What I'm wondering though is how an all-female species like Hopini Chansey Beasley gained a male form. Who knows? I didn't think that through. I just thought it was interesting to take an all-female species and make an all-male variant of it, but still keep it as like a caring creature. Still keep it as a very Chansey-like creature, if you know what I mean. And I didn't want to like make an all-male version of Chansey that then is like all just like aggressive or something like that. I still needed it to be caring and you know, all about helping other Pokemon and other helping out the environment and all that. Trying to make sure I get the layering of the fur in more or less the right places. Doesn't have to be perfect, but fun. I'm so happy Home finally works with Legends. I haven't actually done anything with that yet, but I'm glad that they finally did it. It's finally out. But yeah, I haven't had the chance to move anything over yet. Are there any restrictions on that that are relevant? Because like from the beginning, I felt that the main thing that would be interesting to do with like Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl would be to play those games with Pokemon that were like you could only get in the post game or something like that. Like that would be the only reason I go back to those games, is if I can play you know, I can have like a Glaceon or something on my team from early on. Which as it is, you have to have home. So I assume you can do those things. You can access home pretty early.
I agree with Max in chat about going to Twitter and making these official Pokemon.
Well, the tweet that I made sharing the stat screens for this Pokemon, that's there, and it's extremely popular. I think because Virgo retweeted it. I think like Virgo's audience is just so much bigger than mine. I think that was a huge help. But hey, if you want to go and help as well, be my guest, of course. Hello, Dexio. Duskio. Not sure if you have a preference on how that SX is pronounced, but I was thinking of cheating and trying to catch a shiny Murkrow in Legends and then transferring to PDS because you're still stuck in Eternal Forest. Hafa is doing an all shiny run, if I'm not mistaken, and has been taking forever to find the shiny Murkrow that they want in Eternal Forest. The only notable restriction for BDSP is the regional forms can't be transferred in. Okay, that's... I mean, that is a little disappointing, but it's fairly expected, I think.
That and Spinda apparently being trapped.
Oh, yeah. I did hear about that.
But that's not particularly... I mean, I think you phrased it in a way that suggested one Pokemon being untransferable is, you know, it... Actually, I don't want to disappoint any Spinda fans, so I'll keep on.
Any Spinda fans in the chat? Anyone sorely missing their BDSP Spindas?
Me?
You, Ethan?
Well, no, but I do honestly feel for people who tried really hard to get a certain Spinda. So yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah. I don't think that it's what's the word I want? Forgivable. Like it's certainly not a big deal for me, but I can definitely see it as very disappointing that they're just like, we're not going to figure out we're not going to figure this one out. Let's just leave it. So
there should be everybody gets to generate a free Spinda however they want.
Everyone should just get to generate free Pokemon, period. At least in the post game. Like you gotta complete the main story, but for when you're preparing for battle tower and proper competitive stuff, it should just be whatever.
Like in stadium games, I guess.
Stadium games didn't have generation, but they did have rentals and like that you could pick from.
Oh, I must
awesome.
be misremembering. Yeah.
Yeah. That's another another feature that they could definitely bring back. Because nowadays you can do like rental teams, and sometimes you get like a facility or something that gives you rental Pokemon. Like random rental Pokemon, but you've never had since Stadium, unless there was something in Battle Revolution, but even then. There hasn't been a place where you could just create a team, a mixed team of your own Pokemon and rentals. And I think that's something that's really missing these days.
Very fair. Definitely times when I want to make one small change to a rental team, but I have to train all of them. Again.
Yeah, exactly. That was the beauty of rentals in Stadium. It's just like you can try things out, and like they every rental had only one move set or whatever, but like you could try Charizard, you could try Charmeleon, and Charmeleon had a different set of moves than Charizard.
Right.
And you could like figure out exactly what you want, but like put those rental Pokemon in your pre-made team, or take a team 5 rental Pokemon and just put one of your own Pokemon in it, and that was beautiful. Nowadays, you gotta figure. It's all or nothing. So.
Yeah. Definitely hurts experimentation unless you go on PokemonBleep.com to experiment.
Yeah. Funky Hen, what am I making? The drawing description is right below me. It's a drawing featuring some fakemon that I made for True Green 7's recent video. What's the best way for me to do this snowbank around Dalailure? That probably looks good enough. You think we're gonna have another Legends game sooner or later? I mean, I hope we're gonna have another Legends game, period. What do you think, Ethan? You think it's gonna be a common recurring thing, or just like... I mean, I hope it's a recurring thing at all, but you think it's gonna be a common one or a rare one?
Meaning a different region, different mythical kind of deal?
Well, it's hard to guess what another Legends game would be, but I mean, like, because they specifically put Pokemon Legends Arceus, right? So it really implies that Pokemon Legends is a series onto its own.
Didn't Let's Go Pikachu Eevee have that?
No, actually, that was Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu.
Oh!
And Pokemon Let's Go Eevee. Yeah,
I didn't even think about that.
yeah.
Oh,
You got to look at where the placement of the colon.
yeah, you're right. I've been, well, I've been misremembering where it was placed. Well, in that case, it certainly does imply that. But there have been funkier titles before.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah, it wouldn't be. I think it would be the first time that there's a secondary series, unless you count Coliseum and XD, which I guess they kind of were.
right. Yeah, my hot take is that I'm not. I basically I just hope that what is brought over to whatever game is the live action gameplay. Like, I don't really want to have to think about an overworld anymore, if that makes sense. In a Pokemon game, that's my take. Like a separation.
You mean like a
between
separate overworld
Yeah.
versus battle mode kind of thing?
Yes,
Yeah.
that's my hope. Plot-wise, isn't Arceus unique in the myth of Pokemon world, or does every region have something comparable to Arceus?
I mean, in terms of lore, it's pretty unique, yeah. But I don't expect the lore or like the setup of the game to be exactly the same every time. But it would probably all be like some kind of interdimensional travel. But like they associated that to Arceus in this game, but they didn't really do anything with that, right?
No. Actually, I'm gonna probably be making a half joking, half real. It was all a dream video.
Yeah,
Because
exactly.
I believe, unless I'm misremembering, at the very start, it happens when you fall asleep, right? The drop.
There is some stuff that happens when you fall asleep, yes.
And could I spoil the post game?
At this
There's-
point, yes. Let's just give them a warning. If you want to avoid story spoilers for the late game of Pokemon Legends, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, we're good.
Okay. I'll be vague just in case someone comes in. There's something associating connecting with Arceus and sleeping in the post game.
Yes.
Yeah. But of course, I don't actually think that was their intention, but you know, there's nothing against having fun.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah. So that's something I'm
We do not hate fun here.
good.
I don't know, sometimes it feels like people hate fun.
I know, it's too bad. Especially, I don't know, actually, let's not talk about the non-fun parts. But it's so fun to speculate and to think about the different possibilities. I think that's awesome.
For sure. Okay. I think this captures what I was going for pretty well. Obviously there's quite a bit that I need to clean up, but maybe I should do like some sketch colors just to see how everything looks. Just some very basic colors and maybe a little bit of shading just to figure out lighting and things like that, and then I can do I'll probably do like 2 more layers of cleaner line work. But yeah, I think the head probably the Cozilloth head probably needs a little bit of work. What else? A lot of stuff just needs to be like refined, but that's okay too. Pokemon Legends feel, yes.
Hopefully soon. Hopefully. You never know. It is worth noting that this Feel mission is very, very close to the summit. Where the
this Feel that just enjoys rolling down the hill?
Yes.
Yeah.
But maybe it was told its fate as the true ruler of the Pokemon world, and it wasn't ready emotionally, so it went down the hill. I think that's what it is. It cannot be anything else.
Yeah, that makes sense. I'd be pretty freaked out if I found out I was supposed to be the ruler of the Pokemon world.
Yeah, understandable.
Yeah.
Sharon's point about the original Dragons Legends game. That would be cool. That might be similar levels of importance as Arceus.
Original Dragon Legends seems to be like the most popular Legends idea. I always like to point out that the next region we're going back to is Johto, not Unova.
Next region we're going back to is Johto.
Yeah, I assume we're going back to Unova eventually, but we got to go back to Johto first because that's the region that was the other Gen 4 region.
You're right.
The last time we went to Johto was in Gen 4, and just like we got a return to Kanto before we got a return to Sinnoh, we gotta get a return to Johto before we get a return to Unova. So I don't know if that'll be like a Legends Celebi game kind of thing, or if it'll be a remake or a Let's Go. I don't know.
It's gonna be Let's Go, and it's just gonna be a complete copy of Let's Go, including in Kanto. But then there'll be a Ho-Oh that flies over at one point, and maybe that's the Johto one. No, I hope there's a Johto remake.
I definitely hope there is a Johto game on the horizon.
I'm still waiting for my Sword and Shield remake, Libris. When is it coming?
I mean, it is sorely needed. I will grant you that, but I think you'll be waiting for a while still, unfortunately.
Imagine with today's development technologies what they could do with that game.
Yes, imagine what they could do.
Yeah,
And yet they didn't.
Yeah, it's too bad.
So I don't know if we can expect too much, honestly.
Yeah, no, I agree. Watch even like 50 years from now when they do the remake, people will get mad. No, some people will be mad if the Motostoke sound guy is there. You remember that, right?
The Motostoke sound guy.
Like you couldn't adjust sound.
Oh, the guy who gives you the, what were they called? High-tech earbuds or something like that?
Yeah, high-tech earbuds. I bet there'll be people, if it's there, that will be upset that it's there. But if they take it out, like if they do a incredibly necessary quality of life adjustment like that, I imagine there's going to be Sword and Shield purists who are like, excuse me, but you cannot adjust sound until you get the high-tech earbuds from guy in Motostoke. This is not a real remake.
I find it so annoying when you can only make like things that should just be basic options in the game where you need to have an item to do it.
Oh yeah, no. That's just one of the absolute worst designs or choices of the game.
Like this should have just been a standard option. Controlling the volume should just be a standard option that you get from the very beginning, that you can set like before you even start playing. And yet here we are. I should put this group in front of everything rather than behind everything, so I can always reference their colors. I got the achievement, and now I can hear better on my Switch. Yeah. Ugh. That is basically how it works, but it should not be.
I'm gonna step away for a quick moment. I'll jump scare you when I'm back.
Sorry, say that again?
I said I'm gonna step away for 1 moment.
Okay, yeah.
If you ask me anything and I don't respond, it's not because I'm ignoring you.
Okay. Yeah, don't lock accessibility options behind a random NPC. Yep, exactly. Ugh. I mean, just don't gatekeep. Just don't lock accessibility options at all, right? Are you a boy, a girl, or a 30-something playing video games? As a 30-something playing video games, I can confirm I am neither a boy nor a girl. You know, I think selecting pronouns is a fine idea, but I prefer the Animal Crossing approach, where you just like everyone just refers to you by your name, like there's no pronouns. And but as for appearance, like, yes, absolutely, we need to have like. Again, I really like the Animal Crossing approach, where you're just given like 6 completely different characters, and like some are more masculine, some are more feminine, and you just pick from those, and then. And like maybe none of them will look quite like you, but then you adjust from there as you get your customization options. Because I also really don't like the idea of I don't like the prospect of having to like build my entire character early on, like what it was with Skyrim. Like you build your entire character and like their face shapes and all that. Like you do all of that at the very start of the game, and I don't know what character I'm playing yet. How am I supposed to know what they look like? So I like the idea of just like just pick one of these and we'll go from there. And yeah, clothing should not be locked to either model. Absolutely. No pronouns or the Saints Row approach where everyone's a they. That's fine too. Yeah, hairstyles, clothes, like those things should just not be blocked at all. Let's see. I want to do. Yeah, let's put a sunset over here. Okay. This is extremely sketchy. I hope you've been able to tell that these colors are not going to be the final colors. What I want to do now is take something like that. Sure. Let's do solid color. Let's do multiply. Okay. Come on, why don't you? What? Why are you? There you go. That was so weird. Why was he just like complaining about it and not doing it? I did not expect this method to look quite like this. But maybe once I do more of it, it'll make more... It'll just work better visually than it does now. I'm just trying to paint on some shadows on a flat layer. And it's doing more blending than I was expecting it to, I guess is what it is. You see why I feel very intimidated by backgrounds. I hope you feel. Rodriguez, welcome! I am currently just sketching out what the colors in the landscape are gonna look like in this. Everything is currently very sketchy, of course. Let's blend some of that out. That was a bit much. But this is pretty good. Oh, right. It's because with this mode there's no actual transparency, which is what I'm more used to. So it's always working with a blend of white and black. I guess that makes sense. Okay. Freeze over and Bouffant charges through snowbanks? I guess it would, actually, yeah. Okay. So that's not bad for colors. I can make, obviously this is, again, just a sketch, so I can make adjustments later. So, now... Yeah, I gotta redo the lines one more time, more carefully this time without letting things overlap, and try to figure out the exact shape of that face. Of that Cozilloth face, because I think it needs it needs some adjustment. But now you guys have a pretty decent idea of what I'm going for, what I'm trying to do with it. Hello, Lynn. Welcome. Chill drawing is definitely your jam, and it is mine as well.
Lynn is here?
Lynn is now.
Hello.
I wonder what Chandelure would look like to attract prey, considering that human structures look few and far between. I think there would still be human structures, but, you know, they would be more like... They would probably be a little bit more concentrated in cities. Not as much like farming or whatever. So this is... This particular scene is in a pretty wild area. But I don't think that every area is necessarily a wild area. Heh, wild area. I didn't even do that on purpose. Oh, I'm giving it 4 ear fluffs. It only needs 3. That's why it doesn't look right. It's not on model. You're gonna draw to, just not sure what yet. This scene, this is a chill drawing stream, but this particular drawing is quite a bit far out of my comfort zone. So maybe something like that. Maybe you go outside of your comfort zone too. I don't know how far your comfort zone extends, but mine doesn't extend very far beyond just drawing individual, like, Pokemon-like things. A whole scene is very far outside of my comfort zone. Not that I haven't done those before, as Ethan well knows.
I do. That's what I was thinking, is that you're a wonderful background designer. But I understand, like, the whole process of having, like in our book, which I assume is what you were suggesting.
Of course, yes.
Yeah. It was mostly the things in the foreground and the background kind of blended together, but here I know the foreground is definitely the focus. So.
Yeah, and the other thing is that when I was drawing all of the landscapes for the book, I was always referencing, like, they were always real places, so I always had, like, a photo or something that I could reference to see what they looked like.
Mm-hmm. Right.
So what I had to figure out was more like a little bit of, like, angles and perspectives, but like lighting and stuff as well.
Right.
Whereas here I have to figure out the whole thing. I don't know what this looks like.
Yeah, it's fictional creatures and a fictional landscape. Very fair. Yeah.
This is all directly from my head. Why not pull up a reference to help you out then? I mean, that's a good question. Mostly because I have this very specific idea. I had, even, like, before I started, I had this very specific idea in my head of what this, of what I wanted it to look like. And, like, I don't know if I'm going to keep all of those backgrounds even, because that was not part of what I was envisioning. So, I don't know. I don't know if I could find a reference that would be quite helpful. What is a reference? I haven't even quite decided whether, like, what kind of style I'm gonna polish this off in. If I'm gonna go for something like my usual or something a little different. I always like the idea of drawing something in, like, a looser style, like, without worrying too much about being on model or whatever, right? But I always struggle when I actually try to do those. I have a hard time, like, getting to a point where I'm satisfied with what I have. Kind of looks like a scene from a children's storybook. I suppose it could be that. I don't necessarily want to... Actually, no. I definitely don't want to imitate any given style. I just want to do whatever feels right. And at the moment, I don't know what that is. I definitely think the shape of the head looks much better now. I guess ultimately, the style that I actually want to do this in, now that I'm like really thinking about it, I want to make this a watercolor, which it's a little bit hard to do on a stream.
No kidding.
I don't exactly have my setup ready to record my my desk and my light table and all that kind of stuff. I always do my sketches on a digital anyway, and then I print them out, and then depending on what size I want to finish it off in, sometimes I project it, sometimes I just like shrink it down to the right size and use my light table to stretch it to copy it onto the watercolor paper. But I usually do start it digitally because I find that much easier, especially to make changes when while I'm like still figuring out what the composition is going to be and all that. Hi, Indigo.
Hi, Indigo.
This is the story of a comfy Cozilloth and the... Look, if we're going to make this a children's book, it can't be a comfy Cozilloth. It has to be a cozy Cozilloth. The cozy Cozilloth and his best friend Perry the Pineturnal. It's just an ordinary Pineturnal, but with a fedora, it's Perry the Pineturnal. Maybe this is what's the name? The bear who's looking for his hat. You know what I'm talking about?
I don't want to make a fool of myself, so I'll say I don't want to. Wait, hold on. Let me.
Well, there is a I think a series of kids' books where there's a bear that lost their hat and goes looking for it.
Winnie the... No, it's not Winnie.
Wrong kind of bear. Wrong kind of bear. I want my hat back. That's right. I'm pretty sure that's it. Yeah. No, it is not Paddington. It is like the whole series is centered around this bear losing their hat. Like that is the whole point of of every book from what I remember. But yeah, I think it's I Want My Hat Back.
I don't know that one. We didn't get that channel at my house.
Oh, it wasn't one that I grew up with either. It's one that I learned about when I was helping out at a kids book publisher in Vancouver. So I was like immersed in kids books in general, and picture books and all that. So that's where I learned about that one. It was not one of our books, but it was a very popular one that I think I saw it in the library, or like, yeah, something like that.
I hope they bring the Pokemon Lapras back. You know Lapras? It wasn't in the most recent one, but it's a cool Pokemon.
I mean, Lapras is on my competitive team. Lynn knows of the book from someone making a Harry Potter version of it. That's funny. Courtney, you're going to do some art yourself? Sounds good. The book covers terrified me for a bit because they use pure white for the eyes, no matter the rest of the page's color. And the fully red pages are legit unsettling. It is... Like, I think it is a kid's book, but it definitely has a bit of that vibe of, like, kid's book that's actually for the parent or something like that. Hey, Wispy, welcome. My fakemon based on a hognose snake. Is Tsukinoko, is that what Dunsparce is? The flat snake or whatever. How's it going, Wispy? Yes, when I say what Dunsparce is, I mean one of the inspirations behind a Dunsparce. No Pokemon, or at least very few Pokemon, are any single thing anyway. Congrats on 6,000 subs. Yeah, pretty exciting. Another big round number, and less than or just over 700 more to go to my next Fibonacci number. 6765. And the last time I looked at my sub count, I was at 6040, so 735 to go. the next big Fibonacci number. Very exciting.
Be sure to, if you have, what was the number? 753?
735.
So, okay, 735. Go talk to 735 of your closest friends. Make sure that they subscribe to Umbreon Libris immediately. Actually, hold on. If everybody in chat does that, then that would be a greater number than that, and that would ruin the whole thing. So.
Hey, I'm not going to complain about being over target.
No. The Fibonacci number is very important.
Yeah, but the thing is that there are other Fibonacci numbers afterwards.
Oh, right. Of course. Never mind. Yeah, keep going then.
We can blow one target and make it to the next one.
Yes.
The one after 67, 65 is like 10,900 and something. So, Social Blade, which I look at every once in a while to see what my like expected sub growth for the next few months is. Social Blade seems to think that I could be at 10,000 by the end of the year.
I would, when you get to, I mean, I was, of course, every sub I'm excited for, but 10,000, that's going to be amazing.
Yeah.
Hope, fingers crossed.
Yeah, with a new game coming out too, like that tends to help accelerate growth, right? So, well, new game coinciding with the end of the year, because the end of the year is usually good, and new game is usually good. So, it's certainly not guaranteed, but it is possible. Groovy Bananas, how much is it to join the stream and answer the voice call? Luxury patrons, that's $25 a month, and you get to join one art stream per month. Although Ethan, you have a backlog.
No. What do you mean a backlog?
It's been a while since you've joined a stream, so if you...
no, it's just because I like supporting.
Oh, I know, but what I'm saying is...
But I appreciate it, yeah.
What I'm saying is you haven't... Because you haven't joined a stream in so long, I'm not going to complain if you decide to join, like, every stream. For a while.
I'd be happy to. Definitely. Well, thank you. But... And you forgot, it's $25 plus shipping and handling, of course. for luxury.
Yeah. It does take quite a bit of manual labor to ship a stream to you. So yeah, if you want to be part of the stream, you do have to cover shipping. Next three Fibonacci numbers, 67, 65, 10, 946, and 17, 711. Ooh, 711. That's the hungry Fibonacci number. And Wispy said, isn't there a My Chemical Romance song that plays to the tune of the Fibonacci sequence? I have not heard of that. I'm not like super familiar with My Chemical Romance. I do have a vinyl of the Black Parade, so like I like them, but I'm not a MCR super fan or anything. So if that is correct, if there is in fact an MCR song that somehow plays with the Fibonacci sequence, I have to find out what that is and I have to listen to it. Sprigatito needs to stand up, but do it with a design that will win over everyone who doesn't want it to. I mean, if it's gonna stand up, then yeah, that is correct. That is what it has to do. I hope it doesn't, but because I want a cat starter that is actually a cat and not a wrestler or whatever. But beyond that, if it stands, I just hope that it looks good, and that they don't all stand. I guess that's the main thing. Can't have them all standing.
Maybe one will sit down, or yeah. Wait, hold on, I gotta do a quick Google search.
Yeah.
before
I mean,
give
maybe
my hot take.
I've seen a few concepts for Fuecoco evolutions that have it on all fours, and like that's pretty cool.
Platypus Quaxley. Awesome.
Someone that might have been Charon, but someone in the comments of my starters video said, actually I don't think it was Charon, but someone said that Quaxley would evolve into like a duck griffin, and I'm 100% down for that.
Beautiful. I think it's gonna be a Pelipper on top of a Machoke.
I feel like I've seen that somewhere.
Yes, I stand by that. I've seen people suggest that the secondary types will be the same as in Hisui, but just kind of rearranged.
Mm-hmm.
What would you think if it's dark, because cats are dark in the Pokemon world? Ghost, because apparently there's something ghost pepper.
Mm-hmm.
And then fighting duck. Like a sailor, I'm thinking. Like Popeye duck.
So fighting water, ghost fire, and dark grass sounds pretty good to me.
That would be really cool. Actually, now that we think about that, maybe that's thinking too much or asking for too much.
Don't wanna get our hopes too high. Don't want to be like, the evolutions of these Pokemon are gonna be so cool, and then they do a Gen 8 on us.
Yeah. Yeah. They did do a Gen 8 on us in Gen 8. Well, but then Hisui is Gen 8, but yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, to be more specific, they do a Galar on us.
A Galar on us, yeah.
Yeah.
Do you think the personalities of the starters will continue to their final evolutions? Like, do you think? Is it possible, in the same way Sobble went from a sad boy to kind of confident, what if Quaxley turns the opposite?
I hope, in terms of the personalities, I hope that they evolve, that the personality also evolves as well as the Pokemon.
Yeah.
So like Sobble's character growth, if you want to call it that, I thought that was really well done. I don't like Inteleon much, but the growth from Sobble being like a scared small child to Drizzle being a angsty teen, and Inteleon then being a spy, I thought that was really well done, and like the thematic growth of it is also really good, because whether you're a scared small child, an angsty teen, or a spy, you don't want to be seen.
Oh yeah, fair.
So like the personality evolves, but it's consistent.
Mm-hmm. And it's like a chameleon fitting in with the environment to avoid being seen.
Exactly.
Oh.
Whereas Grookey and Scorbunny, they don't grow in that way. And, like, their personality doesn't really change. So...
Yeah. Fair. I'm processing.
Yeah.
Huh. I guess, though... No, just to politely disagree, I think there's just objectively a difference between Sable's sadness and Intellion's confidence. I think
There is. No, like, but that's what I'm saying. Like, the personality evolves.
the evolution makes sense, yeah.
Yeah.
But it stays making sense.
Yes.
In that case, I don't really see how Sprigatito would turn into a dark type, even if I wanted.
What is Sprigatito's personality again? Like, that they talk about in the Pokemon website?
I think they used, like, Vane, or maybe I'm misremembering.
Because, like, I remember that Quoxley is, like, a clean freak.
I'm looking on the internet website.
Lynn says every single week, I'm like, maybe this week we'll get more Gen 9 news. Sad. Alright, I'm really happy with the way that this drawing is looking. Now that I have it a little bit more refined.
It looks lovely, as usual. They're very cozy.
Cozy Cozilloth.
The capricious, attention-seeking grass cat Pokemon.
Attention-seeking. That could turn dark. I could see an attention-seeking Pokemon that turns into a dark type, for sure.
Yes. Yeah. Then we have a laid-back Fire Croc Pokemon that does things at its own pace. Trick Room confirmed?
Maybe. Does Zoro seek attention? I mean, Zoro's pretty flashy, so yeah, I would say so, yeah. Zoro seeks attention from the ladies.
And then, yeah. Earnest and Tidy for the Duckling Pokemon. Is that a Ernest Hemingway reference?
Maybe.
Time in Spain. I'm just kidding. But yeah, I wonder if there's going to be like a literal ship involved in design.
Literal ship.
Somehow. Because like when I hear Tidy and Sailor, I think of like keeping a clean ship or something. I don't know.
Maybe the middle stage is like a deckhand.
I was just about to say, yeah.
Someone who, like the classic image of like mopping the decks.
Exactly. That's possible.
Yeah, and then the final could be like a captain.
Yeah.
Yeah. Who
Captain
likes
Class.
their ship orderly or something. I don't know. If it was Gen 8, they would surely do a Gigantamax with a ship. It's just like a normal size Quaxley evolution and a giant ship. Yeah.
Why is everybody talking ghost type Fuecoco?
Well, from what I've seen, there is something called a ghost pepper, and Fuecoco's body is shaped like a simplified pepper, and pepper and fire, that makes sense. And I think there was something else. There was something that was specifically tying the ghost pepper to it, like it was something about the design of the face. I don't remember exactly what it was. But yeah, there was something that was like fairly specific to it that I was like, okay, that's pretty convincing.
But let me look up the various. That sounds like very English word. Like, I don't know if but I would have to look into that. I mean,
yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Currently, Quaxley is the one that attracts me the least. But as usual, I will be going on my media blackout. Well, 4 months before release, but when exactly that happens is going to depend on the release date being revealed. But yeah, so I hope that I will not see any of their evolutions until I'm like actually playing the game. So Indigo's going to be the one to pick my starter for me. We did just have a Fire Ghost starter. That is a good point, Freebird. I don't know if I don't know if that makes too much of a difference for them, but that's, yeah, it's fair to consider. Before I forget, let me draw the patterns on the back of Cozilloth. Little snow-looking pattern. I say before I forget, having already forgotten to do it once. More than once.
That's how it goes.
Yeah.
Now I gotta look up Social Blade. Subscribe. Profile does not have enough data. You know what? I respect that, Social Blade. Fair.
Good enough, I think. All right, let me ink this. I think I'm not going to bother inking like background lines. I'm gonna try that. I will ink character lines, but not like pattern lines or background lines. Let's see how that goes. Except, of course, where the foreground characters actually interact with the background, then those need to be inked. Gotta get the thickness of this line just right, because normally I draw with quite thick lines, and that's not how I'm seeing this one, so. Bye, Indigo.
Bye, Indigo.
We just had Fire Ghost starter, Torchic, Chimchar, and Tepig right now. Yep. Yeah, I mean, that's also true. They did not seem to worry about that for 3 generations in a row. I feel like they could probably... I feel like they could do it. They could probably get away with it. if they are quite different, and so like the shared type doesn't stand out too much.
And let's think about it this way: if they have an idea that I've been inside of a Game Freak starter discussion meeting, but if they have a design that they really like, that is Screaming Ghost type, I don't think that they would throw that out just because it's not a spin-off.
Yeah.
I would say every time that the starter of Gen 9 first game will take precedence over Arceus everything. So I think they would just do it.
I would hope so.
Me too. Watch Sprigatito actually be bug type. That would be hilarious. But then it would be...
It would be a sprig mosquito?
Yeah. Beautiful.
Can you believe if they ruined the cat Pokemon by making it the mosquito Pokemon?
That would be beautiful.
What about all the people who love cats and hate mosquitoes? Which should be everyone.
Well, Meowth's gonna be in it.
Yes, a normal Cantonian Meowth. Hopefully it has a unique evolution. Because I really liked the idea of like Meowth being different in every region.
Yeah.
Or in every future region anyway.
Well, they said unofficial gameplay, so who knows? Maybe they'll make it a Metal Gear Solid game by the time it comes out.
I mean, that might be interesting. I've never played a Metal Gear Solid game. Maybe this is my opportunity.
Yeah, exactly. But Meowth, it went from bipedal to quadrupedal in its evolution, right?
I mean, it used to be bipedal, but yes, or it
Right,
used to be
absolute
it used to be
monstrosity.
quadrupedal, is what I mean. Meowth used to be quadrupedal, but now it is going from bipedal to quadrupedal. Yes.
The criminal berserker monstrosity aside, yeah.
I forgot that you hate Berserker.
Yeah. Well, I just don't know that they tortured Meowth like that. To get it into that suit. It looks like it did not enjoy the experience. But Sharon, I'm gonna do it now. Searching for user me.
What's up?
I'm gonna look for my berserker takes on your server.
Oh.
Kind of like how if you search Whimsicott, it's really the funniest thing in history, I think, on your server.
Yes.
Okay. December 27th, 2019, Charon. I said, at Charon, don't use Berserker, it's terrible. There we go. Thank you, Wispy. Maybe it's not Berserker itself that I dislike, it's the Meowth.
Yeah. Berserker is certainly not like one of my favorite Gen 8 Pokemon, but I don't have much against it anyway.
Sorry, I should have asked before I gave hot takes, but I figure on this channel, giving a
Hot
Pokemon
takes
hot
welcome,
take- Yeah.
even if I disagree with them. Actually, especially if I disagree with them, because then we can have like proper banter.
Yeah, it just to me, it just maybe it's Meowth in my head being the Meowth from the anime, and it feels like. But yeah, maybe I just need to learn to love Berserker.
I mean, if you feel like the Meowth from the anime was tortured or whatever, I mean,
No.
it kind of deserves it.
No, I meant to say like Meowth in my mind was the one that was from the anime, but I should probably get that out of my head. So I would, yeah, you're right. You're right.
Team Rocket's Meowth probably deserves it. Maybe not torture, but you know, a little bit of mistreatment is not completely uncalled for.
I think on your server, I just left it at me saying Berserker is terrible, and I never ever talked about Berserker again. I said what I had to say.
That's fair. Hafa says, people need to be wrong so I can be right. I appreciate that. Rodriguez is mad that Coughing did not get a Galarian form, but Wheezing did.
That's a good point.
I mean, I have no stakes in this discussion. I don't particularly care for either version of Coughing or Wheezing. But I like it when some Pokemon have a form from the beginning. Some Pokemon have like gain a form when they evolve. I like that variety. That variety works really well for me.
Oh, here's another one. From November 30th, 2019. I sent Charon a Galarian Meowth called Help, because I think that's what it's saying inside. Well done.
That sounds like the Ethan I know.
Yeah.
Okay. I was worried that my lines were still too thick, but I am looking at it now, like, looking at the scale of the whole drawing, it looks pretty good, I think. If they're native long enough to turn into a different variant, then their pre-evolutions or babies would also be different, Rodriguez says. Yeah. Sure. Maybe the baby is well adapted enough, and it's just the final. It's just like as it grows is when it needs to adapt differently. Especially in the case of Executor, like You can have seeds that look the same anywhere, but the tree is going to grow better in certain conditions, right? So. Are you apologizing to Lynn for not liking Meowth?
Yes. Or the Viking one specifically. I do like...
Yes, the Galarian Meowth and Berserker.
I do really like, though, Viking Sprigatito, Viking Fuecoco, and Viking Quaxley. Though, on the other hand.
You think they're all gonna have the same theme?
Oh, who knows? Who knows? Who knows?
Fair enough. I certainly don't know. I've gotten to the point of just like I'm not gonna make any predictions of any kind. It's become so difficult to predict what's going to happen based on past behavior. When it comes to Game Freak, anyway. So I'm just like...
Fair.
What's gonna happen? I don't know. Is it gonna be paid DLC? Is it gonna be free DLC? Are they gonna make a third version? Are they just gonna say screw it and go straight to the next generation? Who knows? What type would Freddy Fazbear be from Five Nights at Freddy's? Probably Steel, right?
Yeah, Steel Ghost.
Yeah, Steel Ghost seems fitting.
And that's scary because you can't punch it.
And maybe it also has like, because it's an animatronic, maybe it has something like motor drive as the ability, so it's like immune to electric moves. I don't know if Freddy is canonically immune to electricity or anything like that, but that would be fitting for an animatronic.
Fair.
That if it gets electricity, it goes faster instead of being hurt.
It's weird that we don't even have a region name yet, says Lynn.
Okay, well, speaking of the region name, I have to share this rumor that I heard on Twitter because I think it's really funny. I saw this rumor that said that the region would be called Vamos, or Vamos, Vamos, which is fairly believable as a region name, but it's also just literally "let's go" in Spanish and Portuguese.
Right.
Pronounced vamos in Spanish, or vamos in Carioca Portuguese. I don't know how to say it in European Portuguese. Yeah, the let's go region. So, I hope that they don't go for that, because like the name of like Unova, for example, it's such a complex name origin. Like the etymology is so cool, and if it's just Vamos, That's gonna be really disappointing. But honestly, I would not put it past them. Yeah, I hope not, but I can see it happening. Exactly. That will make you expect the worst, Charon? Well, maybe that's a good thing then. Maybe lowering expectations is not such a bad thing. I have a great reaction planned for if the name is in fact revealed to be Vamos, but I well, Hafa already knows it because I said it in the Portuguese chat of the Discord, but if at least I think that's where I said it. But for everyone else, I won't spoil it. I won't spoil the joke. Unova is Ishu in Japan. And Unova is the only, I think, the only region that has different names in every language, because they actually like bothered to come up with interesting etymologies for it everywhere instead of just being like, oh, it's the same name as in Japanese. So in every incarnation of it, it's always like some combination of one and new, like uno and nova. Ishu, there's definitely the one in there. I don't know what the I don't know what the other part comes from, but my Japanese is not that good yet.
Are you gonna play day one in Japanese on the new game?
I'm not planning on playing it in Japanese. I mean, I will probably play it in Japanese the second time around or something like that, but first time, no.
Makes sense.
Yeah, I want to understand what I'm playing the first time around. The second time, I already know what it is, so it's less bad.
That also makes a lot of sense. I think I'm gonna hop out of VC, at least for now.
Okay.
Possibly, if it is the rest of the time, which is possible. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for joining me.
Yes, of course, and hopefully next time. Next is when's the Makeup 151 stream?
Yeah, there's what was it, June 11th, I think.
Cool. Well,
yeah,
that's coming right up then. Hope to be there.
Correct. That might actually be a very long stream. We haven't totally decided yet, but we might do all of the fossils in the same stream.
Oh, that's a lot of work.
Yep.
But makes sense. They are a whole family.
Yeah, they all kind of fit together, right? So,
yeah.
And because we already delayed one of those streams because of the mistake earlier this month, last weekend. So we might just do them all together, but we'll see. Not decided yet.
Well, I'm looking forward to it whenever or whatever, and I have to go outside because I've been trapped in my room for the last 36 hours, I think. So, bye.
Bye, Ethan.
Bye.
I would also really like to go outside, to be honest. It looks really nice out there. Maybe I'll get a chance to go for a bike ride a little bit later. Depends on how the coloring of this goes. If I'm gonna be happy with that. Maybe instead of vamos, it would be vamos. Maybe. That would only make it slightly... I don't even know if it would actually make it slightly better. It would make it slightly less on the nose, I guess. But I don't know if that's necessarily a good thing. It's been 40 degrees Celsius? In California? Damn. We don't usually get that hot here, but we did have that heat wave last year in June that got us to 40, and it like I hadn't experienced 40 since living in Rio, and experiencing 40 Celsius in coastal British Columbia was wild and scary. I doxed Wispy by saying California. And the Ethan from Chicago was doxed as well. $30 in southern Spain, 17 in England, or England or Scotland? England, right? I think so. Here, 16. Yeah, so about the same, but it's very sunny. I really want to go outside, honestly. I also want to finish this, of course, before I go outside, but the outdoors is beckoning me. And there's actually like I don't know what you'd call it, like a food truck park that is literally right behind my apartment that opened on Friday, and I haven't got a chance to like go check it out properly yet. So it's a good excuse to go outside. Bye, Rodriguez. Can you do a David Lynch impression when you read weather comments, please? No, I can't because I don't even know off the top of my head who David Lynch is. It is a name I recognize, and that's about it. He did Twin Peaks. Twin Peaks is another one of those things that I am familiar only by name. I have never watched it. Good thing Ethan didn't hear that. I don't know. I'm sorry if my lack of knowledge is offensive. That's not how I meant it. Okay, so that's the only thing I could know David Lynch by? Like, it's a name that I know, and probably, like, if you point to something that I'm actually familiar with, I'd be like, oh, that guy, okay. But yeah, Twin Peaks is not it. How much left for the stream? As long as I have energy, which, I don't know. I was planning on being here for 3 hours or so. I don't think I'm gonna be able to finish painting this in 3 hours, but I don't know, maybe. Actually, no, in 45 minutes I probably will not be done with this. But maybe in 45 minutes I will feel like I can keep going and finish it. So we'll see. Actually, all this stuff far back here, I should make it a little bit smaller. I should make the lines a little bit thinner is what I mean. So let's redo that. I can forgive your lack of cultural knowledge, but call me Scottish again. Hey, I remember I remembered you and Kai like knowing some places in common or something like that. And Kai is in Scotland. I know that. So I wasn't sure. That's why. Anyway, basically David Lynch has a YouTube channel where he does a weather report every week since forever, which is a bit of a meme, but he's dead serious. Okay. Click 2 times speed to draw faster. I think that would also use my energy 2 times faster, so I don't know if that's a good idea. eat 2 times pies. Unfortunately, I don't have any pies. Indigo hasn't made any pies recently. But that's okay. I'm actually not much of a pie guy anyway. Well, savory pies, yes. Sweet pies. I would rather have cake. Can I ban Freebird? Why are you banning Freebird? Oh, Freebird said original Dune and remake. Okay. Oh, I see. I missed that message. Okay. You can put him on timeout for that. Freebird referred to the Dune movie that came out last year as a remake of the Dune movie from the 80s? Is that right? Which I have not seen the one from the 80s, but I am told it's not great. Sharon actually did it. You don't call it a remake, okay? I mean, it's not a remake. Alright, that's looking pretty good. It is just a new adaptation of the same source material. That's the relation that they have. I'm guessing if I click put in timeout again, it won't end the timeout but extend it. That part I don't know, yeah. Dalailure is half hidden in the snow and waiting for probably another overnight snowfall or something to finish covering it so it can go back to being perfectly hidden. Make this seem my wallpaper. I think I would have to like this a lot, like the final product. I'd have to like it a lot to feel comfortable with looking at it every day. And that's not to say that I don't expect to like it. It's just I don't know if I expect to like it so much that I can look at it every day. Whose idea was it to give Charon mod powers? This is my idea, because Charon's one of the few people who's here for almost every stream. What is my wallpaper? My wallpaper is a default wallpaper that's just like a nighttime scene of a tent and you can see a lot of sky and a lot of stars. That's basically all it is. One of the default ones. Countdown to cherish patron status? Whoa. Wispy, I'm just gonna... I don't want to discourage you, but I'm just going to remind you / let you know, if in case you weren't here earlier, but there will be a special one-time perk for patrons who sign up or upgrades throughout June. So if you want to wait for June, just putting it out there. I don't know yet what the patron promotion is going to be in June, but there's going to be something. And if you want to be one of the patrons to benefit from the Patreon promotion in June, you can give me ideas. Too much power for Charon. Not the classic, not the Windows XP classic one, no. But I'm pretty sure it is the wallpaper that just was the default when I installed Windows on this machine. Okay, I do have to draw the lines of like the patterns and the background and stuff, so that I have it as a reference, but even though I'm not going to use it in the end, but I do need to actually draw them. A free trial. A free trial for my OnlyFans. There's someone that I follow on Twitter that has an OnlyFans. They draw. Oh, it's the person who draws the Oh No comics. If you're familiar with those, I'm pretty sure they have, or at least they used to have, an OnlyFans where they would draw lewd comics that were still the Oh No comics, as far as I know. I wasn't a member, but like they talked about it on their Twitter, so that's as much as I know. But I'm pretty sure it was still Oh No comics, except that it was like lewd versions of it. So do I start an OnlyFans where I draw lewd versions of Pokemon fusions and stuff? It is not that power corrupts, but that it is magnetic to the corruptible. I'm assuming that is a Dune quote. But I am not. But I don't know it. Of course, this is when I come back to lurk. Hi, Indigo! Yeah. So do you think that I should draw lewd Pokemon fusions on OnlyFans? And I'm glad to see Freebird is off timeout for his minor transgression. Why do I delete some of my live streams? I don't delete my live streams. My live streams just go unlisted to keep my channel clean is the main thing. But if you want to watch old live streams, it is available to my entire live stream archive is available, or at least my entire art stream archive is available to patrons of all levels. So I don't actually think anyone uses that, to be honest. Well, maybe they do it. They just don't tell me. But yeah, there is a art stream archive playlist that is accessible to patrons if that's something that that interests you. I just don't say anything. I've been passively catching up on new and 51. 150 new and 51 streams do actually stay up. Which was especially funny last week. I think the new and 51 art streams do go into the into the playlist, but I'm pretty sure that they also just that they don't get unlisted. I missed this little patch of grass here. Yeah, so these are speculative descendants of Cinccino, Happiny, and Mawile. If you saw my appearance on True Green 7's recent video, the link to that, or if you didn't see it, the link to that is in the description. But if you did see it, that's what these are. Drawing, just drawing these guys. Because when I came up with the idea for them, this scene appeared in my head. So You haven't seen that yet? Well, you should definitely go check it out. It's got me and Ron, of course, but also RJ Palmer of Detective Pikachu fame, and Virgoliphus of Twitter fame. Well, welcome back, Null. Hopefully this is looking pretty good. I'm quite happy with how it looks. I'm not sure how well I'll be able to like render the coloring and shading to match what I was envisioning from the beginning, but we're gonna try. Yeah, with the scene itself, I'm really happy. Do you have to have 1,000 subscribers to live stream? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure you can live stream from the beginning. I don't know for sure, but I don't think there's any restriction. Am I red bubbling this art? I wasn't like specifically planning on it, but like if I like it, maybe. Would Cozilloth be a menace to burrowing Pokemon in Ice Age Unova, just melting all of their tunnels? I mean, if you're making tunnels in ice, I guess. But it doesn't just melt it doesn't just melt the ice, right? Like it melts ice to go looking for food underneath. So yeah, I don't think actual burrowing Pokemon have to worry too much about it. Now, how am I gonna do the colors here? Cozilloth and Pineturnal on the front and Dalailure printed in a corner on the back. I think that would make the t-shirt quite expensive to have two prints, but that's a good idea. Cozilloth and Mamoswine are natural rivals. Are they? I don't know. Maybe. Here's the color sketch that I did earlier. A few things have moved around a little bit, so it's not perfect, but like, 'cause I like these colors a lot. I like this color scheme, but I don't know how I want to actually how I actually want to go about it. Like I said, I think what I actually want this to be is a watercolor. It's done. Woolly mammoth. I mean, it's not a woolly mammoth. It is a mammoth boar. Which perhaps makes it an even better counterpart to a giant sloth chinchilla. Mamoswine and Cozilloth seem like they'd be buds. I think I like that idea better. What do I want to do with this? How do I want to do this? Where's my watercolor paper texture? Yep, that's it. I don't know if the texture is really noticeable on the stream, but on like the final product, it makes a big difference. It really makes it look like it's on paper. Yeah. I gotta go buy some stuff to eat tonight. If you're streaming when I get back, I'll be there. All right. Have fun grocery shopping. Yeah, I don't know. I think I guess I'm gonna try doing this as a watercolor. But I don't want to do it the way that I do like my new 151 watercolors. So I'm not entirely sure how I'm going to approach this. Where are my watercolor brushes? Maybe this will do. What about something reminiscent of Skyward Sword or Breath of the Wild? Yeah, I don't really want to like imitate anything in particular. I just want to do something that feels right. I never thought of Breath of the Wild though as anything close to a watercolor style though. Mimic the box art of Legends Arceus. That's something that I could maybe try someday to try to imitate the official art the promotional art, not the like official renders of the Pokemon. That's definitely worth trying sometime. But for this one, I definitely want something more watercolory. But I like where this is going so far. Have you thought of turning these into an idea for a full-blown Legends game for Unova in the future you described? I had not considered that, but I can tell you right now that no, that I won't do that. For the same reason that I'm not making a region. It is a lot of time and effort to do that, and like to make a whole region type thing, and at the scale that my channel is at the moment, it's not really worth it for me to do it for my channel. Not worth the time and the expense that would be involved. But also on top of that, just kind of like on an ideological level, if I'm going to be putting my like that much effort into something, I would rather it be something that I can actually call mine. And like I do have a game idea that I want to be able to pursue one day, and like, yeah, maybe one day I will be able to pursue it. At the moment I can't, but like if I'm going to put in the time to create something like that, like I would rather it be my own game and not and not like a what's the word I want? Not like a rip-off, but like a riff, I guess, on someone else's intellectual property. I mean, anything I make is going to be a riff on Pokemon anyway, but it doesn't have to be explicitly so. Okay. Have a good night then, Lynn. And Wispy. Bye. By Lin by Berserker. I'm quite happy with the way this is looking, by the way. I don't remember if I've commented that already. But I think it's looking pretty good for a watercolor. For a digital watercolor, anyway. Yeah, Freebird was put on timeout. Now you know not to upset Charon like that. So you're never even making a hypothetical region for the art. You wouldn't need to commission an artist because you are one yourself, and you wouldn't be actually making a fan game. Correct. My ideological standpoint is that if I'm going to put the time and, like, I don't need to commission someone, but the time that I spent on it is still an expense. If I'm going to spend the time and the expense to create something like that, I'm gonna spend it actually making my own game. That is not just a Pokemon fan game. What did you miss between Charon and Freebird? Oh, Freebird referred to the Dune movie from the 80s as the original, and the Dune movie that came out last year as the remake, which is inaccurate, but also Charon is a massive Dune fan and a massive Denis Villeneuve fan, and not a massive 1980s Dune fan. So that was the beef. It was just a timeout. Now Hafa is going for another one of Charon's triggers. Denis Villanova. My watercolor brushes are great for like making like dry watercolor looking things. But they really miss the like bleeding quality of watercolor. That's their main defect. Watercolor is supposed to like bleed into, like when you do different strokes, they're supposed to bleed into each other, right? Like because it's all wet, so the paint spreads and blends itself, and you need to, if you want to avoid blending, if you want to avoid that self blending, you can, but you have to do it consciously. You have to like wait for the paint to dry a little before you do it. So before you put down the next layers. So that is the part that gets missed in digital watercolors. You have to do the blending yourself, basically. Unless there's some way to accomplish that with a wet media Photoshop brush, but I haven't. If there is, I haven't figured it out yet. Now you're wondering what the desert resort would look like in this funky future scenario. Probably just snowed over. I would imagine. Grab those. Let's fill in the ears. I might have to do something about Cozilloth's mask, because when I don't have the lines on, it just disappears. And I want to make sure that it's still there. I get like. But I also don't want to like fully color in the head. So I might need to do some kind of very light outlining. Maractus would turn into the snow version of the spine pillar things from Mario. I don't know what you're talking about. I have not played enough Mario games to like immediately know most enemies. When you're on Ron's channel for his 4 artist is, what's your thought process behind creating the fakemon, and how much would you say you enjoy being on the 4 artist one? The video, like being in the video, is awesome. Both of the prompts that I've been a part of were really good prompts. And like not just good prompts, but prompts that I was excited to do. And yeah, thought process behind like doing the normal to abnormal one was quite different from the thought process for doing these guys. The prompt for these guys was just speculative evolution, and we didn't have to come up with a consistent environment for all of them to exist in. But for me, that was important. Both for me to just like have fun, and for me to make something that I would be satisfied with. Making 3 like just kind of individual mons would be fine, but just a lot less interesting to me. So yeah, but to make these guys, I just started with the idea of like what I wanted to tie it to an existing like Pokemon timeline thing. So it was like what are like some key events in the Pokemon timeline that I can look to, and the 2 that really jumped out at me were Unova frozen over by Kyurem, and Hoenn underwater because of Kyogre, and I contacted Gavin from the podcast I Wish You Were Dead, a podcast about things that used to be alive. Gavin also used to be a Pokemon YouTuber, just on hiatus now. But he's a paleontologist, so I was asking him about like common trends in evolution and what I might expect, what might be expected to happen in those 2 scenarios. And he gave me some ideas. He gave me some feedback there, and I went with the one that I thought was the most interesting. And he was the one who told me that small, warm-blooded animals tend to get bigger to preserve body heat. And so I was immediately like, oh, like maybe a Cinccino that gets really big. So where should you put your Fakemon art? There's a Pokemon art channel. That would be perfect. Pokies. I'm sure I've encountered that. Like, I've played enough Mario to probably have encountered that enemy. I have not played enough Mario to know exactly what that is. Yeah. An alternate version where Cyrus is successful. Cyrus's new world, though, is a dark void. So that's not the most exciting one. 3 o'clock. I am getting pretty tired. I would have loved to finish this today, but I don't know if I will. I'm very happy with it. Like it's definitely going in the direction that I wanted it to. So that's good. But I don't know how much longer I can keep going for. Hey Fiend, how's it going? You don't think Cyrus was okay? He definitely needed more hugs from his parents specifically. His parents and his grandparents, for sure. For normal to abnormal, what do you think would be what do you think you would have used for your fake one instead of spotted skunk if you had forgone that idea? What was my secondary idea? Oh yeah, it was a cat. It was basically the same idea, but a cat. It was just like a cat that walks on its hands, or a cat that yeah, it's just like a cat that jumps a lot, and eventually it's just like upside down. But yeah, it was. I also had a backup idea that I might at some point make into a fakemon, that was connecting a like regular fox to a flying fox, which is a type of bat. So it would have been like a normal fox that turns into a bat. But I didn't come up with a design idea for that I was really happy with, and so when I came up with the inversion idea, that had to be it. And the first inversion that I thought of was actually a cat. So that's probably what I would have gone with. But but yeah, the flying fox fakemon, I was originally going to do it on an art stream a couple months ago, and then I think I just didn't feel like it the day of, and I changed my mind, and haven't particularly felt like it since. But probably doesn't help that I never like quite figured out what the design of that would look like. But like I still like the idea though. I'm really happy though that I'm like capturing the vibe that I was going for with the drawing, both with the drawing as a whole and with the shading specifically. looking at the New Jersey regional results. You wish you were there. Yeah. I'm very much looking forward to going to Vancouver next weekend. Checking that out. Bye, Groovy Bananas. This feels like a very chill and cozy scene. That's good. It should be a chill and cozy scene, considering that it is cold outside, but warm inside. That's exactly what I was going for. Warm inside as in inside the blanket. If I had been picked for the first 4 artist episode, what would I have done for the pretty protector protagonist? I haven't given that any thought. I think I would have made sure to do something that wasn't girly. Or like where the pretty part wasn't girly, at least. Not that it couldn't be a feminine design, but just like I know that I would have tried to do the pretty part in some more unique way. But other than that, I don't know. What do you guys think of the way it's turning out? You like it? Yes, I mean that I want to avoid the pretty equals girly stereotype. Correct. Or that girly equals pretty. For sure. I would definitely want to avoid that. Looking nice. Okay, thank you. Do I think I'll ever make what for fun? Something following the pretty protagonist prompt? Probably not. I yeah, like I don't see why I would specifically choose that prompt to follow. Shouldn't take long for sleep news. Yeah, maybe. You might be right, Sharon. We could be getting Pokemon sleep news at any moment now. My guess is they abandoned Pokemon Sleep and they're just hoping we all forget. They announced it. I think it would be very strange if they cancel it without announcing that they canceled it. I don't know that I would be surprised necessarily, but it would be strange. Whereas, yeah, Detective Pikachu 2 movie, I really don't care about that. I would like to see more live action, but it doesn't have to be Detective Pikachu. But I definitely want Detective Pikachu 2, the game. I need that. I never played the first one. I had to watch Tyranitar Tube's playthrough of it, which was quite fun, but it seemed like a good game. I want to try it, but I want to, like, now that I already know the story, I don't know if I would get much out of playing the original, so I want to play... I want to play a second one. I want to play a sequel. And, yeah, just... I really liked the story of the first one, so... The story of the first one is much better than the story of the movie, for the record. Yeah, the movie has it's a very different plot from the game, and not in a good way. I mean, in a good way for the game, not in a good way for the movie. The movie plot was terrible. The gardener and his sleepy giant share a nap. Yes. Never played it either, but the game can only be better than the movie. The game is so much better than the movie. I mean, obviously I don't know how good it is as a game because I didn't play it, but as a story, at least, it is so much better than the movie. You like the movie, okay, but you only watched it once? Yeah. I also only watched it once. I can't say I'm particularly inclined to watch it again. Aside from the fact that, like, hey, it's a Pokemon movie. That's pretty cool. Did I color everything that's in the foreground? I think I did. I definitely need to figure out something to do with the head, the coloring of the head. So. This. That's good enough, probably. I just gotta blend it a little bit, but I think, yeah, that probably looks enough like a sleeping mask, right? That's like the one design element that I really want to show off here. It's got a sleeping mask. There's nothing redeemable in the entire movie for you, Charon? There were definitely parts of it that I enjoyed. I will say that. Yeah, no, I'm with you. No, absolutely. Oh, I did miss something in the foreground. I gotta. I missed the. No, you're not the one that wanted. I missed coloring in the stripes on one of the dropped cones. Thank you, Giannis. I think it looks pretty good too. I was a little bit worried about pulling that off, but I think I did a good job. Okay. Oh, that looks good. Oh, I'm missing the black on Dalailure. Delilah's little hands and face. Pokemon Ranger concept was right there. Yeah, that probably would have been pretty good. Okay, what do I want to do next? A base layer of color on the background, I think. And if they wanted talking Pokemon, PMD was right there. Like, I think they could have done Detective Pikachu. Just do it differently. Like, I have nothing against the idea of them using Detective Pikachu as the basis for the movie. They just didn't do a good job. Like, that's the problem. The problem isn't that they chose the wrong material. Like, you can argue that, and I won't argue too much. Like, there's definitely other interesting things in the Pokemon world. But like, they could have done Detective Pikachu and just done it differently. The problem isn't Detective Pikachu. The problem is the movie. I really hope we got an Explorers of Sky remake for Switch and or whatever the next Nintendo console gets. I guess I kind of wish that I had enjoyed the Mystery Dungeon DX game, because so many people love Mystery Dungeon and I have never really played it. I played the demo of DX and it wasn't for me. But what are you gonna do? I think I'm gonna want to blend that a little bit. And I think I have a good idea of how to make this a self-contained illustration without edges, because I prefer it when they don't have edges, especially with the possibility, at least, of it going on like a t-shirt. I'm not making this for a t-shirt, but just as something that Freebird brought up. If I, like, for me, a design that goes on a t-shirt needs to not have edges, or have the edges actually be part of the illustration. That works too. But I really hate t-shirt illustrations that just end because, you know, it's the edge of the drawing or it's like it's the edge of your canvas. That's more or less how I was envisioning it. Yanis gets us as Kyram use glaciates, and Kyram's like, all right. But also it's just like a little bit of like, well, I used glaciate. Was this not what you wanted from me? And like, that's you know, things get a little bit out of hand. Were you not going for an Ice Age? Like, if that's not what you wanted, maybe you should have told me. Gates of Infinity I haven't actually played, but I heard not great things about it. Super Mystery Dungeon is cool, very slow opening though, but when it gets going, it gets going. I'm not a fan of the recruitment system in that game. Or Red and Blue Rescue Team are all right games too, but they can be very mean. The original ones anyway. I didn't actually get the Switch remake since I have the OG Red Rescue Team in good condition. Yeah. How am I supposed to rule a Unova if everything is frozen? Buddy, I just did what you asked. Now, where's the pay? That looks pretty alright. The background? The trees specifically, the part that I was just doing, that looks pretty alright. You could go on and on about Mystery Dungeon. I mean, I'm not gonna stop you. I just can't engage. Because I cannot go on and on about Mystery Dungeon. One day you'll buy Mystery Dungeon DX? I was interested at some point. I was interested in Super Mystery Dungeon, I think it was. I considered buying it at GameStop one day, like just kind of on a whim. I think it was a new game, and I was like, yeah, you know, I've never played a Mystery Dungeon, maybe I'll try it out. Didn't end up buying it, but having now played DX, I think that might have been the right decision for me. Super was the Gen 6 one for the 3DS. Okay, then yeah, that is the one that I was thinking of. The background colors might actually be a bit strong for my taste, but I'll keep going and adjust afterwards if I feel like I need to. I left like all the stuff that is currently white, like plain white, is transparent, and so as I draw with a dark color behind it, it gets covered basically. So even though I'm on a separate layer and I'm behind it, but because I didn't block it out, so I am going to have to do that. Libris, are you in a Japanese learning course, or do you use Duolingo personal experience? I am only in Duolingo. I used to be in a course. Before the pandemic, I was taking in-person classes, but then like pandemic started, so classes got canceled, and then I moved to a whole different city. So obviously I mean I could have continued to, like, with the online classes, but with the move I wasn't really feeling it. So now, like, I would really like to be in in-person classes again, but I haven't been able to find. Well, I just haven't gotten to the point of being like, okay, I'm gonna actually go and do it now. I'm gonna go and like find the class that's right for me and go and take it. But for right now, it's Duolingo. Why do you ask? Freebird, you haven't Duolingo'd in forever? I do Olingo. I'm currently doing Duolingo in Japanese, but in the past I have also done Duolingo for French, to improve my Canadianness. And Indigo grew up with some French around the house as well. Her parents speak French, so and I've also done a little bit of Spanish just to kind of like refresh my memory from when I did high school Spanish. But both of those, it's been years. Japanese I've been doing consistently for a few years now. You did Duolingo for a while for Japanese, but you don't feel it helps much further than the basics. So you wanted a course that was a course. Well, I mean, you can always get a textbook. I still have the textbook from my course. Which honestly, if I decide that I want to go back to taking in-person classes, I should probably like actually study my textbook and like finish this textbook before I go looking for something else, because chances are like it won't be the same textbook and all that. So anyway. I personally know a few simple phrases. I know all the kana, but only a few kanji. Kanji is tough, yeah. Kana is... like, I would say that I know all of it, but, you know, in practice when I'm reading, sometimes I stumble. But it's definitely much simpler to be able to read kana. I like when the kanji has hiragana above it. Yeah, that's furigana. Furigana is amazing. Furigana is necessary. There are very few kanji that I can recognize without any hiragana attached. There's a Japanese restaurant, or a sushi restaurant, I should say. That's just about a block away that we go there all the time. And when we first moved here, I was really hoping that the people working there would know some Japanese so that I could like practice my Japanese by ordering and, you know, talking to the servers in Japanese and stuff. Pretty sure they're Korean. Like, I heard them speaking to the... I've heard, like, the servers and the kitchen staff talking to each other. And I'm like... That kind of sounds like Japanese, in terms of just, like, the sounds and the rhythms of the language. That kind of sounds like Japanese. But I don't recognize any of the words. So, yeah, I'm pretty sure they're Korean. Turns out the Koreans make great sushi. I should follow your recommendation. Read the Pokemon manga in the original. I have other books that I have in Japanese that I want to try to read, like the Satoshi Tajiri biographical manga that is both. It's a really beautiful book, and I'm pretty sure everything in it has furigana. You're recommending the manga because it's a manga for children. Yeah, and so is the Satoshi Tajiri biographical manga. Yeah. Oh, it uses little to no kanji, but you still need to know the words, and having both the kanji and the furigana together is really nice. Like trying to read like Gen 1 where it's entirely in kana, oof. Yes, I am basically a child. I would actually really like recommendations of anime for children with like anime that's like for younger than 10-year-olds that are still really good. Stuff like Cardcaptor. If you have something that's like Cardcaptor with even simpler Japanese, I'm in. I'm pretty sure it is for children. Everything has, if I remember correctly, everything has furigana in it, so. Sesame Street for Japan. Yeah, but what I really need is I don't know if this is a thing everywhere, but there is a type of book that at least here is called a high-low book, which is high interest level, low reading level. So it's like books for people whose reading ability doesn't match their age, like what's expected for their age, for example. So like if you're in high school but your reading level is like for a 4th grader or something, then you need a high-low, which it'll have topics that are relevant to your age, but it'll be written in a style. It'll be written with language that is easy for you to understand with your lower reading comprehension or whatever. So that's what I need. I need some high-lows in Japanese. Does Sesame Street have a Japanese dub? Yeah, I don't know, but that might be one way to go about it. Okay, I'm not like super happy with this background. There's definitely things about it that I don't like, but maybe when I adjust the colors at the end, maybe that'll work better. I gotta do the sky. And then I gotta do the main shading. But overall, it's not bad. And there is the problem of leaving the whites white. I'm gonna have to do some erasing again. You gotta go? Alright, Courtney. Thanks for stopping by. I think you think it'll improve a lot with the sky colored. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I mean, yes, I think that once everything is, like, once the lighting is all there, it'll help. But there is something that I learned kind of recently about that you can do in Photoshop that helps you create like a more consistent color scheme for your entire piece. So like you can do a what was it called? A gradient map. That's what it is. So you can make all the highlights pinker, for example, and all of the shadows bluer. So it helps to create this more consistent lighting. Well, it helps create a more consistent color scheme, but that helps to create nice lighting. So I'm almost definitely going to use that to get everything nice and consistent at the end. But this guy looks like an upside down buy flag right now. Look, it's not my fault that the buy flag has great colors. The buy flag is really good. I mean, like there's other flags that have really nice colors too. Like the lesbian flag is really nice. The trans flag is really nice, but you can't claim all those colors to yourself. I wonder if I just like reduce the opacity of the background. Okay, not the opacity. I'm gonna have to like adjust levels or something to make it work for me a little bit better. But oh yeah, the other thing that I want to, the way that I want to try to kind of keep the background a little bit more self-contained is to not have it. No, I'm kidding. But to actually like paint in the area where the background actually shows up. I realized I did that all in a single stroke, so for you guys it just looked like the background popped into place, fully formed. I might want to make it a little bit rounder. I think I might need to like shift the whole composition over to the right a little bit. Get a little bit more space to the left of Cozilloth and a little bit less space to the right of Dalailure. The second best part of being bi is the awesome colors. Hang on, I'm gonna redo that because well, I'm just shifting. I'm just gonna shift everything over. Hopefully that worked for everything. So the idea is to do something like this. Oh, that was the soft one. I don't want the soft one. I want the hard one. I do like this framing of this quite a bit. I'm a little bit concerned with just like the mountains not being like totally visible on one side and the trees not being totally visible on the other. And I need to add a bit of great at this side. Oh, that's the wrong layer. Darn. Hello, mac and cheese. Is this scene set during the morning or the evening? It's supposed to be the evening, but it doesn't really matter. I mean, it matters a little bit just in the color, but I will like adjust the overall colors more towards the end as well. But yeah, I'm definitely like, if you remember when I had the sketch shading, I'm gonna make it quite a bit harsher as well because it's nighttime or evening. Oh, that is the wrong layer. That looks good. Hello, Cyber XYZ Z. If you're ever wondering what I'm drawing this. It'll always say down here, unless I forget to put that up, but I didn't forget today. These are the fakemon that I created when I was on True Green 7's recent video. And yeah, I wanted to create a little scene with all of them. But okay, so the background is in good shape. I have to still. I'm still gonna adjust the colors for it a little bit. It's especially for the mountains and the trees. But the main thing I need to do now is shading. And I think I'm just going to use a multiply layer. So let's do that. Perfect. This is definitely like way too dark. It's almost completely hides the difference in the shading, or the difference in the color between like the sleeping mask part of the face and the not sleeping mask part of the face. Is there one Dalailure in this image or three? Who knows for sure? Exactly. I think if you pay attention, you can figure out how many there are. But like mimics in nature, like mimics aren't perfect, right? So you can, if you pay attention, you can figure it out. Let's reduce the opacity of this layer because it's way too dark. Is there another linear burn versus multiply? Oh, hang on, let's start with that. Okay, linear burn might be a little bit better than multiply. Not those ones. Overlay. No. Hard lights, maybe if I change the color. No, okay. Let's go with linear burn. But we're gonna make it weaker. I'm willing to bet money that there are two. Not actually, please don't charge me if I'm wrong. You say two. What is your evidence? Let's start with that. Maybe I can guide you towards the correct answer, or towards like figuring out whether you have the correct answer. One of the cones is on its side, which doesn't seem like something that would happen if it was a Dalailure. That is a good point, but the one in the distance is standing basically completely upright, which doesn't seem feasible for a regular cone. Very interesting. What else do you notice about the Dalailure that you know is a Dalailure? That is your hard evidence. It's good evidence. It's good evidence, for sure. Actually, there's a trick question. There's 17 of them. I missed. I missed coloring in the brown of this stem. That's not brown. That's brown. Okay. I'm definitely starting to think this is looking better now. Well, now the imitated cone is pink, while the other one standing up is definitely more brownish. However, I do believe that there could possibly be variations in the coloring. Well, you found the evidence that I did on purpose, anyway. Is that your way of saying that I'm correct? Well, I think Yanis had the right idea. Who knows? It is ultimately up to you. How's that for an unsatisfactory answer? Freebird, you click dislike on the stream? You of all people? I mean, I guess it makes sense if you disliked that you were suspended. That Sharon put you on timeout. I guess it makes sense if that's what you disliked. Hey, Mark, how's it going? Yeah. Cozilloth are pretty good for heating. All right, I think the Cozilloth and Pineturnal are looking really good. Maybe, yeah, no, that's good. Let's shade some of the landscape now then. I'm noticing that I just need to fix something here. Hang on. Ah, that's not what I wanted to press. There you go. And that's not. There we go. That's what I wanted. There we go. Okay. Oh, I'm really liking the way this is going. I'm really happy with it. There's still like some things to fix, but I'm really happy with the way it's going. Should Charon and Mark wanna trade weathers? Just to like put it out there. What you consider cold and warm might be different. I wonder if the cold that Mark is complaining about might be warmer than the warmth that Charon is complaining about. That would be pretty funny, to be honest. I don't feel hot until about 38 Celsius. Right now it's 10 Celsius, which isn't much. Just don't function under 17. Okay, well, 10 is cold. Like, I live in Canada. I find 10 degrees cold. At least in the fall, 10 degrees is cold. Like, in the spring, 10 degrees is all right. I wish I wish I was at 10 in my area. 38 is something that usually happens in the summer. I remember during the summer here we reached almost 50. Whoa. Okay, 50 is definitely too warm. 50 is undeniably too warm. I remember going to a soccer game one time at Maracana and being told that the sensation was of 48 degrees on the field. Like, damn. Well, I'm not quite done, but my Photoshop decided to be annoying all of a sudden, and won't let me scroll around my image. So I guess I'm done. No, I just have to close the program and open it again, unfortunately, but. Like, I am pretty tired and I wouldn't mind taking a break, but I also feel like I'm so close to finishing, maybe I should just finish. Alright, I'm gonna close it. I will. I'll close Photoshop and reopen and actually finish this. I'm surprised that OBS is still showing that. The Photoshop, are you gonna open? Or are you not done closing? Maybe it wasn't done closing. Now that okay, there we go. Ta-da, we're back. I just have to adjust the window size. Okay. I think basically all I need to do is like give a little bit of additional shading to the landscape itself, like a little bit back here. But I am very close to finishing, I think. Bye, Ethan. Thanks for hanging out in voice chat earlier and in text chat afterwards. I'll share this in the Discord when it's done, and it'll also I'll make it into a short as well on the channel. I need to bring some of these greens here farther down so it doesn't look like Dalailure is just like glowing. And shadows back on. Okay. I think all I need is some of the shadows on. Yeah, I just need some these shadows on these trees, I think. And I think that's it. Oh, and just like a general adjustment of the colors, but. Do you guys in chat see anything that I'm missing? Anything that I need to fix or to like color in or something that I might have missed? Anything like that? Yeah, I like it with the lighter background like that. Yeah. Looks good as far as you can see. All right. Yeah, I think it just needs some like general adjustments. Let's do a gradient map. Oh, this gradient map looks great. This is exactly what I was going for. I clicked something that I don't. How do I exit this? Ah, the button to cancel out of it was just hidden. Okay, there it is. Where are the gradients that I want to use? This one's pretty good. Reverse. Where's the button to reverse it? Let's see, did that make the... Okay, that does help a little bit. I think I need to adjust, like, the intensity of... So if I put this, this gradient map on full intensity, this is what you get. Yeah, the cute little big creatures. Yeah, so this intensity is definitely too much. I just have to find, like, the right combination of intensity and blending mode. Lighten is pretty good, actually. Oh, soft light. I like soft light. Okay. Pin light or soft light? Pin light, soft light. Okay, no, soft light it is. Okay, so maybe 50% intensity. If it's none, yeah, 50% is pretty good, actually. Hello, Facundo. Do I like other monster taming or creature collecting games apart from Pokemon? The only other one that I've really played is Monster Sanctuary, which I love. And they've got a free DLC coming. I'm so excited for that. Oops. I mean, the scene looks pretty nice without any of the shading, too. Without the, like, hard lighting shading, but I like this a lot. Yeah. I think this is it. Let me just one more thing. I want to do just a general levels adjustment. Well, this is it. I'm very happy with it. Let me put my... Actually, no, yeah, the pattern needs to be on top of that. Might seem nitpicky, but I like the warmer look as it gives more sunset vibes. Yeah, that's... I don't know if I don't know if I went with the warmer look that you were specifically talking about. Actually, there is one thing I want to do that I forgot. Oh darn. One moment. I gotta... I zoomed the wrong window. There we go. The one thing that I forgot to do that I was meaning to do before is put a little bit of pink on Dalailure's eyes so that they stand out. Same that I did for the art for Ron's channel as well. So let's take this pink. Give it the little glowy eyes. You know, this color scheme is actually really nice without the shading as well. And so now I'm like, wait, do I like it better without all of that shading? But no, I think I like this better, but it sure looks good. Just like that. It looks nice and soft. There you go. Alright, well, this was an almost 5-hour stream. So, thanks for hanging out with me. It's been a long one, but it's been really fun, and I'm really happy with the way this looks. I will probably, like, just knowing me, I will probably continue to make little adjustments and be like, oh, maybe the background should be lighter still. You know, maybe I should go for this instead of this. But yeah, that's just me. Yeah, you joined right at the end. I always, whenever I stream, it's always at noon Pacific time. So that was about 5 hours ago. Freebird was here for most of it, Charon. Look, Freebird, if you call the 2021 Dune movie a remake, you deserve to be suspended for a little bit. I'm glad it makes it seem really comfy, because that's the whole idea. We've got a Cozilloth, nice big blanket chinchilla Pokemon, providing a little bit of heat for its little Pineturnal buddy. So, all right. Thanks again. And this will be out as a short, probably by the end of the week. See you guys for New and 51 next month. Bye, everyone.